Good morning, everyone. Today is September 11, 2024. We are live streaming the stock market and going to be going over a couple of tickers that I'm looking to trade right now. So those tickers are, I'm looking at, obviously keep an eye on the SPY, QQQs. Oracle was a ticker from yesterday that I traded, and let's clean up the board a little bit here to see what we're really going to be looking at. It's Amazon as one, NVDA. Change this to Google, Tesla. So CPI came in this morning. CPI with the new inflation data and month over month CPI, the annual inflation rate actually, the consumer price index reported released Wednesday this morning at 8:30 Eastern time and said the annual inflation rate came in at 2.5%. That's the lowest level since February of 2021. CPI was expected to increase to 0.2% in the previous month and 2.6% from a year ago. So the lowest level since 2021 inflation. So that's good news for the economy. So that's definitely going to mean that the Fed's going to cut rates here towards the end of this year, and here in a couple weeks. I believe it's the 18th next week, where they next Wednesday, where they're probably going to announce a rate cut. So looking at some other movers here. DJT down a 14%, GME down a lot, so not looking at those. AMD is up today as well. Let's put that up there, see what we're doing here. These are all 5-minute charts. So I'm just keeping an eye out right now, looking for a setup to see what we can get into any trades. Let's put up GameStop here because that seems to be moving GME. So let's go everything 15-minute, get a big picture view of what's going on. These are 15-minute charts. NVDA is just straight ripping here over all the lines that I have on the chart here above this major resistance area from the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days over that 110 level. It's got room all the way up to 116s, 118s. NVIDIA is a monster. Absolute monster today. Tesla dipping down into this 218.70 area. Rejected pretty much to the T yesterday's 226.41 level. A level here. And AMD rejecting. All right, let's put it back on Google because I'm looking really weak today. I'm going to try a short on Google. It's kind of a tight range, so I'm not sure about the Google. NVIDIA up almost 3% today. Google looks really weak though. It does look really weak here. This is the 5-minute opening range low right here. Or 49.21. Apple pretty big wick to the upside as well on the AAPL. Google held. Google held that double bottom there, 149.21. All right, let's see what happens here with, I'm also looking at NVIDIA, which I don't have up on the screen here. I have it up on a different screen. Actually, I do have NVDA right here. NVDA, AMD, looks like it's bouncing off the 20. We're almost at 15 minutes into the open. Apple looking pretty weak as well. All right, let's see. Gonna try an Apple short here as it's breaking the lows. It's right at the 20 EMA, so this is not the best short setup, but let's give it a shot here, and it's going to be a quick cut if it doesn't work pretty soon here. I like AMD for a short here as well. Took some AMD. This 143.40 level on AMD looks. Yeah, 143 is key right here. Yesterday's high. We can have some area here and then yeah, so all right, let's see. Apple getting lower here. NVDA also going lower. I took off the Google short. I don't like the way it's kind of spiking up here off the 200 in the 50 EMA. All right, AMD shorts looking good. I'm going to look to cover a little bit here at the 143. NVIDIA is also looking really weak here, guys. Market's looking weak. If NVIDIA can't hold this 110, perhaps it could turn into a good short for us. Let's see what the, yeah, I get this. This is almost all given back now. Very interesting here. 30-minute, you got a big wick into the 118. Okay. So let's see if NVIDIA can hold this 110. If it doesn't, then this could maybe set up a good short opportunity for us. So far, it's not good that it broke below the VWAP. That's definitely weak. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely weak here. Cool. Tesla's still hanging around at the VWAP area on Tesla, so AMD, nice push into previous day's highs. And this is the candle that it's put in on a 30-minute chart. This is a 30-minute chart here on AMD. This is a bearish candle for sure. We only have 5 minutes left for this candle to officially close here. 5 minutes left to put that candle in. So the only short I'm in now is AMD. I cut the Apple and Google short. And AMD is looking pretty weak here, so see if you get a bigger move down on AMD. Apple would be worth reshorting here if it can break the lows again, because it's right at the previous day's close. And the market's definitely going lower, so sort of some muted action here this morning. Yesterday we had some really big moves around this time. Today's sort of muted. So best to be patient and wait for a clear setup here. All right, I reshorted Apple and I added to my AMD short. See if we get a big move down here. All right, so Apple bouncing right away, so I'm probably going to cut that one because I do not like these wicks right off like previous day's close. So it's definitely a liquidity hunt there. So yeah, I don't like this. So we're going to take off Apple short. Tesla turning around here. But that's a pretty big wick on the downside for the SPY. So that could indicate that we go up here. All right, things are definitely bouncing pretty hard here. Tesla still hanging around here at the VWAP. So this is a nice bottoming wick on Apple. I'm debating whether I should go long here on Apple. Tesla also could be a good long setup. Google looking good to the upside. Apple looks good to the upside, and so does NVDA and AMD. So it's a tricky day so far to trade. So I'm keeping my risk pretty tight today because some pretty tight ranges so far today. market just too heavy right now. I'm looking at Mara as well on my other monitor. Like a short on Mara here. So okay, NVIDIA losing the lows here. And let's see if it can hold the opening range. No, it has not. So it's dropped below the 109.37. So NVIDIA is looking weak. Tesla is looking weak. AMD, Google. I mean, this is not looking very good across the board here. Obviously, with the SPY, just all red candles mostly. looking at the levels here on SPY, we were right at support here from the past couple days. If we don't hold this, then I think we fall back into 542 and 540. So let's see what happens today. Could be like sort of the sell on the good news, right? We got good news on about inflation on CPI, and then maybe we just get that sell off today. So the Google short is working. NVDA short sort of hanging around there near my entry. And I did short Mara. It's also kind of where I need to see some direction here one way or another. Otherwise we're just kind of getting small paper cuts on all these. Okay, so here we go. Let's see, get a bigger move here. There we go. We do have a push here in the market. Let's see if there's any follow through. That's the problem, is that there hasn't been any follow through on these. So now, okay, now we got the follow through. Boom, there we go. I'm short AMD, Google, Mara, NVDA, and I just had a Tesla. Okay, so now I'll start taking some profits here. Google covered some. NVIDIA, I just covered some. And what else I want to cover here? All right. Very nice move here, guys. Very nice move on Google. Very nice move on AMD here. I'm going to take some NVIDIA off here. If I want to wait a little longer here. I think I'll wait a little longer. Let these ride. Let these ride a little bit longer before I take some pieces off. All right, Mara, I'm going to cover some here. There we go. There we go. We got the moves we're looking for. I'm short pretty much across the board again, guys. I'm short AMD, Google, Mara, NVIDIA, Tesla. Okay, just covered some Mara here. I know I don't have Mara set up, so let me put Mara up on the chart here. What am I not into that I can move? Oh, I can. Okay. Gonna cover some Tesla here. I'm gonna cover some more Google. So now things are really spicing up here, guys. Things are really dumping off here. So again, like I was mentioning earlier, it's like sell the positive news kind of day, right? So AMD, you got room to 140, 150, looks like. Mara, maybe room down to 1476, 1436. The room for Google right here for 148's a support level on Google, and then next one would be 147.20s. So The entire market just red everywhere. Amazing. SPY now down 1.3%. So I still have some size left on all my shorts, and I'm gonna give it a few minutes here to see whether we build like a bear flag here near the lows on all these, or if it's just gonna be like a wick to the upside, you know, like a choppy day where there's not much follow through. So like this might be the most move that I've gotten. So if that's the case, then I'm going to actively look to just start covering off here if we don't see some further follow through to the downside. But based on, like, you know, what I'm seeing, there's some room here. Obviously, you know, I'm going to mark off. If you look at a higher time frame chart, you can kind of see the bigger levels on all these, right? Apple, this is a nice big wick here. Okay, so here's another, we're getting another move to the downside here. These are 15-minute charts, so let's leave these up for a minute and see if we can spot some levels here. It's much easier to spot levels here in the 15. So I'm going to cover off a little bit more of pretty much all of these. Okay, so still have good size left on the shorts, but at the same time I do want to start taking these pieces off because we never know, right? I don't know if this is as far as it's going to go down today. So I always like to trim pieces off here, just in case, right? Just in case this was it. So locking in profits here. We're working on a decent green day here after a red start for me. Let's put the SPY back up. Wow, look at this. I mean, jeez. We looked at this earlier today on the SPY. This is the S&P 500 ETF, and it hit previous day's tops here at 548, 549. And then the support area is 540, 431. And I said if it cracks this, then we'll see the 542 and maybe down here to 540. So we pretty much slice right through this area. So no support there. Now let's see if there's support here at the 541.88 level. If we don't bounce off here, we're going straight down to 540s or even lower, 539.50s. All right, so here we go. We got a little bit of a bounce on the SPY, and luckily for us, we covered a majority of our positions here so far on the short side, and now things are starting to bounce across the board. So I'm probably going to close off my positions here, all the shorts, since now that I am seeing things bounce. Think it's smart to just take them off, and I'll lock in a green day here. So we've locked in a green day, and across the board you can see these wicks on the bottom here on everything, and that's usually a sign that you got buyers coming in. There's some support and I really don't want to continue to stay short when I see stuff like this, and that's because I don't know how far the bounce this is going to be, right? It could be a small bounce, and then we continue lower, or it could be a major bounce, and we hit VWAPs on all these. So I really don't want to stick around till VWAP comes short, so I'd rather just get out, find another opportunity to get back in. So that's what I've done right now. I'm flat. I have no trades open. I've covered all of my shorts at this point. So if you look at all these stickers now in the 5-minute, you can see a big bounce on Google. Apple, pretty weak, but still a wick on the bottom. Bounce on NVDA. And Tesla broke the low, but not by much now. And it's holding this area. Yeah, so I think that was good to take profits out there where we did. Okay, didn't realize I had paused my music. We're back on with the music. Alright, things are looking weak again, especially Tesla here at the lows. The question is, do we run back down here now? Things have sort of bounced up. Do we continue to see a lower move? That's the key here. What happens now? Tesla, it's got some room here if we can break the low to go down. Not much room, I mean 218.66. So there's not much room unless it breaks that, then we can go much lower. I will jump back into shorts if I start seeing it set up I can take here. Market's awfully weak here. Okay, reshorted some Tesla here. Let's see if you get any real move here though. You spy below the lows of 541. Apple breaking the lows. Okay. Alright, trying a short here on NVDA and Tesla. Both going to be quick to stop out if we don't see a clear push here to the downside. These trades need to work right away or they're not going to work. Okay, Tesla's holding the 218.60s. But Apple and AMD definitely are lower. Apple, AMD definitely moving lower, so I feel like that's going to carry this market even lower. But you know, Tesla has got his own mind, so Tesla wicking back upwards. So like I said, if this doesn't work right away here, I'm going to give it another minute and then I will cut it. Apple clearly broke the 219. Okay, so Tesla I'm going to cut. Like I said, if it doesn't work right away, and we got a wick forming on the bottom on this 5-minute chart, there's 2 minutes left on this candle, so we could you know, this candle could turn into a big red candle, but for now, it's held this area. So, I am still short NVDA. AMD more of a cleaner move. Alright, there we go. NVIDIA broke lower. I added a little bit to the short on NVDA here. Now let's look at NVIDIA and how far we got to go on it. These are some lines that I had drawn previously. Get a trend line that's you can probably take out since this is no longer valid. Alright, I'm going to cover a little bit here on NVIDIA. We do have previous day's close right here, right around this 108 area. So I'm going to take off a piece right here, covering a little bit of NVIDIA here. Let's see if we get a bigger move down. I mean, looking at the 30 minutes, we'll take off this line since it's no longer valid. Let's remove this line. Next level, I mean, yeah, that was at 108.19, right? So if we don't hold this, what's the next level? I mean, obviously this is a level down here, but this is a lot of room between 105 and 108. So the question is, you know, does it stop somewhere around here? We had some resistance areas here. Let's see on the 15 minute if we can spot something. Yeah, I can see like this pre-market low from today also coincides with these wicks here from the other day. So I can see potentially, you know, this area being an area of support for NVDA, and then so a little bounce here off NVIDIA right here, and this is the previous day's close where it's bouncing from. So I am short NVIDIA from 108.70s, this area. So I'm not going to let it reclaim 108.50, and I'm probably gone here. I did cover twice here at the 108 area. Alright, NVIDIA still got NVIDIA shorts, and we're breaking here lower. Man, nice. That was a nice trade there on the NVIDIA short. Oh boy, there goes Tesla too. Oh, Tesla, we are not in the Tesla short. I was into Tesla short, and then we sort of stopped out when it wicked back up here. I mean, everything's looking really, really weak on very, very small bounces here, if at all. I mean, NVIDIA gave us a decent bounce here to get short right into this 20 EMA below the VWAP, but and I did catch that. I did short NVIDIA here at the 109.20. So right around here is where I shorted NVIDIA, and then I added to it on the breakdown, and then recovered most of it here in this area. So that NVIDIA trade is definitely a good trade. And I've covered most of the NVIDIA short here. I do have maybe about 30% left off the NVIDIA short. Google continued to move lower. We covered most of the shorts here. 148 teens, 148, yeah, right here is where I covered most of my short. And of course it moved down another $1 or so. Nice move on Google. I mean, man, we are headed right to that S&P low that we had marked here, 539.50. I mean, boom. What a sell-off today, guys. What a sell-off. Hope you guys got some shorts in today. Looking at NQ futures here. This is a live E-mini Nasdaq 100 index futures. Man, what a sell-off here. Boom. And everything just... What a big move down today. So, I kind of misread the market this morning. Was not expecting it, obviously, to be such a kind of a smooth trend to the downside today. And unfortunately, the couple stocks that I did pick to trade early on, Google, and what was the other one that I was trading this morning? Google and Apple. So, you know, so Google and Apple were the two tickers right here that I did, that I was trading this morning. And unfortunately, like, you know, there's a lot of chop in this area. So if you short here, you get stopped out. And fortunately for me, I kept the stops really tight. So I was shorting down here, but I stopped out when I see these wicks. Same thing with, what was it? I think it was AMD too. It was a little choppy here. NVDA was a smooth short here from that 112 area. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what is going to happen here now. We've had this major move to the downside. The S&P 500 is down 1.6%, the SPY. Pretty much everything is down across the board. If you look at, let's look at the daily, what it looks like on the SPY. Look at these levels. Oof, look at this, guys. So we had this consolidation near the highs, so almost like a double top, you could say. And now you had this move that came down. Pretty big down days here. Here, consolidation, further move down. And now a pop up, and then we back down again. Now 539.49 is obviously a huge key, guys. This is the support that it really needs to hold here. Because if you don't hold the support area of 539.49 on it, this is a daily chart of the SPY. If you don't hold this, what's down below, guys? What is below 539.52? The low is 539.44. So what's below that? I mean, you have the 50 EMA. But as far as actual price support goes, I mean, maybe here, 535s, and then there's really not really any good support here until you get down here, right? And this is the 200 EMA. So this could get ugly. This could get ugly, or, you know, there's obviously nobody knows what's going to happen for sure, but it either gets ugly or there's like a fake breakdown and then we continue ticking higher. But we are close to the election here. So 2 months away from the election, I think the markets tend to make some type of move around the election time. So, you know, I think we could see either move to the downside or upside, and maybe it depends on who gets elected. I don't know. I mean, if Kamala gets elected, do we see, I mean, does the market like Kamala Harris to be elected, or does the market like, you know, does the market prefer Trump to be president? When he was president, Trump, previously the market did like it, and the, you know, usually Republican presidents do well, you know, are good for business and good for stock market. But, you know, the Democrats, they also have a strong base of support, and you know, maybe they have some good policies that could help out the economy and stuff. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens to the stock market as we get closer to election in November. That's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, whether we get any big moves one way or the other. Alrighty, big bounce here across the board on a lot of things, especially the SPY, right? We got SPY bouncing up here. Let's see. Got very close to our line at 539.50. If you look at it on the 30-minute time frame, you can see, boom, fell right into this consolidation area from a few days ago. And now we're seeing a nice bounce here. This is the 30-minute chart, so got an upside down hammer candle, inverted hammer candle here, and then a green, followed up by a green candle. So do we see a move back up? Wouldn't that be crazy if we get a V-shaped bounce here across the board? That would really be it if the market makers wanted to push max pain here, and just crush all the put buyers here. You can see them running this thing back up over VWAP, and that would kill off all the premiums for the puts. So let's see what happens here. As far as trades, I'm flat. After I got out of all the shorts that I had on, where I was short on Apple, AMD, Google, Mara, NVDA, Tesla, I covered pretty much all of those. NVIDIA I pretty much covered right at the lows. I mean, my covers were at 107.50s. So that was a pretty spot on trade. And also NVIDIA is my biggest winner of the day. NVDA, biggest winner of the day. I will post up a chart of my trades on Twitter later today. So if you guys follow me on Twitter, you can see the executions, because you don't really see them that well here on my trading platform, which is Think or Swim. All right, so just kind of watching here to see if we get any kind of clear direction or for a setup. I mean, one thing I am looking at on my screen is Mara, M-A-R-A, which I shorted earlier. If I were to pull that up for you guys, maybe let's put it here. What a rebound here on Mara. I covered all of my shorts here at 1494. Boom, right here. Shorted this breakdown, thinking we get a big move, but we only got up to here, so that's okay. We take what we can get. We covered it here, and now it's, what a major move here. 70-cent move higher. Did not expect that on Mara. Yeah, wow. So gap down, and then it looks like it wants to fill the gap here in the 1575. SPY rejecting the 20 EMA. NVDA rejecting the VWAP so far. AMD rejecting all the EMAs. Tesla near the 20 in the VWAP as well. So a lot of these setting up for a potential fade back down, rejecting off the VWAP or EMAs and fading back down. So let's see if you can get a setup here for, to get a couple trades in back to the downside. Looking at SMCI here, you notice that it's running into this resistance that we had from this day, and of course this is the next areas. But what brought it to my attention was this double wick here, the double tops. I wonder if this is going to make a move down lower. Let's see. So everything rejected off the 20 EMA so far here. Tesla, Apple. Keep in mind on SMCI for a trade, and the reason why is because it's got such big range here. You got like 10-12 point moves on this thing. PLCE is another ticker that's just flying today. So you got PLCE. Wow, 65% up. I don't trade small caps that much, but sometimes you can get some really good moves. But look at this chop here. I don't see how people trade these things. I mean, I know these micro scalpers will go from, try to shoot for these dips and get 10 cents or 50 cents actually. This is pretty big here. But yeah, I guess that's one way to do it. All right, so here we are looking at Tesla, NVDA, and the market is reclaimed the VWAP now. So initially rejected, then they hung around, and now it definitely looks like they want higher. Of course, there's a lot of resistance, right? I mean, we've dropped so much in the day, so there's too much resistance still overhead. So even though we have this move up and hold over the VWAP, it doesn't mean that, you know, it can't reject off of, you know, the other EMAs that it's running into, like the 50 and the 200 EMA. I believe it's 200, or what do I have here on the charts? What EMAs do I have on the charts? Let's see. I think I changed it. Yeah, it's 100 EMA, not 200. So the red line is a 200 EMA. So definitely could run into that here. SMCI short, I took it off because I kind of see the market shooting up here, and a lot of these tickers are kind of making a move higher. So I just took that off, and then I'm gonna kind of wait and see if we can get into some better trades here. Good stop on our RSMCI short there before this rip here, so let's see if it does leave a double top here at the 428 area now. It's MCI. So a lot of things turned up here. Tesla, NVDA, Google. I mean, everything I'm looking at bounced up nicely. Mara. You know, I missed these moves up because I just wasn't expecting it, to be honest. Like, I was expecting it more of like a small bounce and then continue lower. So because of that, I was hesitant to get into any long position. So yeah, right now we do not have any positions open. That's okay. Just gotta wait. Just gotta wait. This NVIDIA would have been a good long here at that 109.70s area. I was paying attention to it at the time. This area here, over this wick, 109.80s, 70s. Didn't break above the VWAP already, so I think, yeah, this would have made for a good long entry here, I think. Okay, Mara rejecting. 15.8 level. So big move back up here across the board, and like I said, I'm just looking to get into either like a pullback to go long or maybe short some of these that reject off resistance above. Check out what's going on with GameStop, Jimmy. I know that one had some moves on, down 14% today. Looks like there was an earnings call or something yesterday. Wow, interesting. Okay, let's look for Mara for potential topping action. Same thing with SMCI. Apple and the rest looks like they want to go back to the high, so this is, I mean, it might be worth just getting long here, some Apple, I feel like, getting over this 220 area. SPY looks, you know, this is the first candle where it's shown a topping tail here in the past, you know, several candles here, and it's got this 100 EMA up top. Also this resistance area from the pre-market, 545.77. Wow, look at this rebound here. Very nice. So trying to be patient here and wait and not like FOMO into any of these trades, because just because everything is going up right now doesn't mean, like, you know, it's can continue to go up, and you can easily see, you know, move back down, which would present us some good opportunities to the short side. So AMD is rejecting here. I don't know, have AMD up on the screen here. Okay, SPY rejecting as well. I'm going to put AMD here. Apple still strong. So far it's holding. AMD is the only one that's showing some sign of weakness here. Same with Tesla. Mara as well, showing some weakness. Look at Mara. Yeah, Mara's run into this yesterday's highs. Be interesting to see if that's gonna cause it to get back down. If it does, this could be worth a short here on Mara. Okay, I shorted some Mara, short MARA right here. Let's see if we get a move down into these EMAs or maybe even the VWAP. So NVDA showing some topping signs, Tesla same thing, SPY also showing a wick hammer candle here. So let's see if this is a cause for maybe a move back into VWAP for SPY, which would cause a lot of these tickers to also retreat back down into the EMAs. Okay, nice move here so far on the Mara short. Some quick resolution there. Okay, Apple rejecting as well. Okay, AMD also, I feel like we could also try an AMD short, rejecting the VWAP, since, you know, a lot of these tickers are over the VWAP, right? Like NVDA, Tesla, Mara, SPY. NVIDIA, the only one that, or not the only one, but one of the ones I'm watching that not been able to hold over the VWAP. Google sort of similar to Apple, but Google's left this wick here at that 149.21 at the resistance line I had up from earlier. Now Apple also turning in. Okay, I'm trying some shorts here now. Apple, AMD, Google, Mara. So let's try these. These are going to have pretty tight stops again. And we do need follow through from the SPY here to the downside. And if we get that, I think we can get a at least a small scalp in on these tickers. So okay, AMD working out really nicely so far on the AMD short. Shorted that 143 on AMD. Okay, nice little move down here. Nice little move down across the board now. The question is going to be, do we see a sustained move, or is this going to be a blip and then we continue up? So for that reason, I'm going to be looking to take pieces out pretty aggressively here on any kind of big spikes to the downside. So far haven't covered anything. So waiting. Now let's put QQQ here as well. Actually, I'll keep it on Mars since that's what I'm trading. And I'll put QQQ on another screen just to kind of, yeah, QQQ looks similar to this. Okay, I'm gonna cover some here. So nice moves back in here for AMD, Google, Mara, and Apple shorts. So we did get short on these guys, and I am taking pieces off here. Yep, gonna take a piece off of Google here. Apple, nice move. I'll take a piece off of Apple. AMD. Very nice move on AMD. Okay. Oh, this is nice. This is a very nice quick move here. Now, question that I am asking myself is this a short move that, you know, we're going to see a bounce off these EMAs to retract back higher? Or is this going to be, you know, a move down to go back towards the lows? Of course, nobody knows. So for that reason, I like to take pieces off pretty quickly here when things go my favor and I'm up a decent amount. So, you know, nobody knows when these things turn, right? Nobody knows when these things turn. So you can either take the profit that you have, especially, you know, it all depends on your risk level too. Like it depends on where your stops are, and you know what kind of R multiple you're getting in the trades, and you know how you structure your overall trading strategy. So you know, if you're somebody who's putting on a smaller size, you probably have a larger stop, and then you almost need to wait for those bigger moves, right? Maybe 1 or 2 points or whatever you call it. So it all depends on how you structure your trades, and I do structure them sometimes to be kind of longer holds, where I kind of want them to make a move where it's going from like line to line type of moves, right? So I do structure certain trades to do that, but it all depends on the context of the day. So like if it's like early in the day, for example, if I'm trading and I'm shorting here, then yeah, I'm gonna hold for a bigger move. But here in the middle of the day here, it's noon. Typically this is the lunch hour, is typically the choppy hour, and if you end up holding things and expecting them to move, you know, continued direction to the downside, sometimes you get disappointed because the stock could do something like this, where like Apple down here, we're up a good amount on the trade, and then it can just kind of go sideways and then just kind of go slowly up, or it could kind of go sideways and then not dump until like near the last hour of the day. So it all depends on how you structure your strategy. Like, are you in for a scalp? are you looking for, a bigger move? So you kind of have to decide that before you go into trades. But, it's obviously not easy to, come up with the answers to these things. So for me, what I do during the afternoons is I use sort of a hybrid approach where, if I feel like the context is there where I'm going to see some big moves, then yeah, perhaps I will hold pieces for the larger move. But at the same time, I'm going to be taking pieces off. So worst case scenario is that, okay, I've, taken too much off early, like in this case, where things are dumping, right? AMD's dumping, Mara's dumping, Apple's dumping, and I've taken off about half of my size already. So if we get a move down towards a low day, then you could argue that, okay, maybe I shouldn't have taken off so much. But I've already doubled my green day now, right? I'm up twice as much as I was 30 minutes ago. So you have to ask yourself, like, what's more important? Like, do you want to lock in some gains, or do you want to sit here for another 4 hours and hope that, your trade idea was correct? So, maybe I shouldn't phrase it like that. Not that you want to sit there and hope, but maybe I think the thing is, do you want to use that style of trading where you're in a trade and then you want to wait it out 3-4 hours for it to hit your levels? So it's not really hoping, but obviously you have a strategy and you want to trade from, like, say, line to line, right? You're trading line to line or level to level. And if that's your strategy, that's cool, right? That totally, nobody can say that, hey, that's a bad strategy, because every strategy out there can be good, right? There is no such thing as like a holy grail, like this is the best strategy, and if you don't use it, then you're gonna lose at day trading. So that's completely like based on your personality, what style of trading you want to get into, whether you want to be a scalper, you want to take profits out quickly, or whether you want to be more of a line-to-line trader where, maybe you go long here and you don't get out until this area or this area. So that's completely dependent upon depending upon your personality and your style of trading. And just as I say that, I pretty much close out all of my shorts now. So I more than doubled my green day that I was sitting at just 20 minutes ago, right? Even 10 minutes ago, and I started getting into these trades. And I basically took a scalp short on Apple, AMD, Mara, Google. So those four I just shorted here on the breakdown of the VWAP. For example, AMD right here. We got short right here, and I covered all of AMD pretty much into this wick. So now, like looking at this in hindsight, right? I shorted here, covered everything down here. It looks like a perfect trade. I mean, to me, it looks like a perfect trade. Same thing here. I shorted Mara up here, covered everything here. Shorted Apple here, covered everything here. For Google, same thing. Shorted here, covered everything in this wick. So at this point, if I were to post my chart, it's going to make me look like a genius, right? And people are going to ask me, like, how did you know that this thing wasn't going lower? Like, how could I possibly know that, this was the bottom? Like, this was going to be a wick here at Apple, or this was going to wick in Google. Like, how could I possibly know that? And the answer is I don't. No one knows that. And if there's a guru out there on YouTube that's telling you that, yeah, I knew this was going to be the bottom, this is the level, and it's going to hold here, it's going to hold the EMA, I mean, that's a bunch of baloney. It's a bunch of garbage. And, the fact is that nobody knows what levels are going to hold. Okay, that's a fact. So if anybody's out there telling you guys that, the price held because of the EMA here, or the VWAP, like, all those guys that you see on YouTube, they're hindsight traders, all these furus, they're telling you this after it's already happened, right? After this wick is created, they'll say something like, oh yeah, I exited all my positions here because I knew this was going to be the bottom, and that's why I got out everything. Well, yeah, anybody can say that. 2 minutes after it happened, right? And that's my biggest pet peeve with the trading community, because there's so many fools out there. There's so much garbage on YouTube and Twitter. There's so much garbage that if you're a new trader and you're out there trying to learn how to day trade, I mean, good luck. Good luck trying to go through this forest and finding something real, because there's so much BS out there where, you know, people are gonna tell you what I just talked about, versus people like me, right? You guys saw me take this trade live. This is real time. I'm trading real money. You guys saw me take the trades here on Apple, on AMD, on Mara, and on Google, right? You can rewind this back and watch, and I talk you through exactly when I took the trades, right? And when I got out. And more importantly than that, I talk about why I exited the trades where I did. Right, so that's the important thing. It's not going to be like, oh yeah, I got out here because there's a line and I knew it was going to do this, or this is some system, blah blah blah. No, I mean, you know, it's trading is very, you know, the context matters a lot in trading, and there's no such thing as, oh yeah, I got out here because it was a perfect level, or got out there or entered here. You kind of have to go with the flow. You kind of have to read the prices. You kind of have to read the charts. You got to go with the flow. And, you know, even though my trades, if I post them up right now, they're going to look amazing, but I'm not going to tell you that, hey, like this is where you should have done it, or this is the perfect level to get out. You know, it just happened to work out that way for me, and it happened to be, you know, right now being noon, right? We're right at 12 o'clock. And based on my experience trading, and I talked about this while I was trading, you can rewind this and go back. I said, around this time, things get choppy, and it's hard for a trend to sustain itself around this time. So I'd rather take pieces off, book profits, and not have to, you know, wait to see if a trade hits my stop. So I said that in real time. You guys can go back and watch it. If you rewind back 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever it was, you can see the whole trade. But the point is, you know, I kind of, I'm going off on a rant here. But, you know, I appreciate you guys listening and tuning in. But, you know, I think, like, there's a big issue with, like, furus right now all over social media. You know, posting up fake P&Ls and fake this, and, you know, taking trades that they say they didn't take and all that stuff. So if you follow me on Twitter, you'll see all of my trade executions on trades on Thinkorswim, the platform that I'm using right now. You don't see it because it just looks terrible on here when you look at the executions, and also it shows my account number if I were to enable it, I think. So, you know, for privacy reasons, I don't like to enable all this stuff. But, you know, if you look at my Twitter, I do post the charts because I trade on DAS, right? I don't trade directly from the Thinkorswim platform, which is Charles Schwab is my broker. I don't trade directly on this platform. I have another piece of software called DAS Trader, and I use that to place trades. And those trades go through my broker, but they don't necessarily you know, reflect on the charts here that I'm streaming on. So, you know, just if anybody has any more questions on that, feel free to drop something in the chat or ask me. I'll be happy to explain what that is. But yeah, I mean, those trades worked out super nice. I mean, got pretty lucky to get out at the bottom wicks on all of these shorts that we put in. So, and, you know, as I was ranting here, you know, like, if you guys were watching this, maybe you took longs on some of these, right? Because these are like some of my favorite type of trades. When you see a big wick here on the 5 minutes, these are some of my favorite setups because they work so well. They work so well to the upside. Like, look at AMD here going off. I wonder if now we just blast off to the upside. I mean, look at Tesla. What a wick right off the VWAP, and then boom. Oh man, NVDA at the high of day. Are you kidding me? NVIDIA at the high of day. Let's put that up here. Holy smokes, what a V-shaped recovery. This is insane. What a move. Now the question is, do we get a big reject here, move lower, or does it just continue going upwards? So on the daily chart, it's looking pretty bullish, right? We had a big move down, consolidation, now a pop. So for the near term, it does look bullish to me, especially if we can close around this price. Maybe we see a bounce up to 116s. In the long run, I don't know if this is bullish or bearish. I mean, I don't know. Not really a swing trader, but just based on today's daily candle and the last few candles here of consolidation, it does seem like we're due for a little bounce up to 116 for NVDA. Okay, I'm trying a long here on both AMD and long on NVDA, so I got long. Right on this break here, 113, 112.40s for NVIDIA, and then 143.70 on AMD, got long around this area, a little late, but I think this has a chance to run up into this 145 area. NVIDIA 113.32, that's what I was just looking up here on the higher time frames. So far we're nicely green on the longs. Definitely late to the long here. I think like the long was definitely down here when we saw this bottoming wick, but well, we're getting some nice pushes here, so taking some profits here. So selling some AMD NVDA, and I'm up really nicely now on both of these trades to the long side, so adding to the P&L of the day. Apple rejecting, so is the SPY, so let's see. Interesting, let's see what happens here. Okay, market coming down pretty aggressively here. Okay. Got the rejection here. Do we get a bigger move? I'm gonna try some shorts here. Short Mara, short Tesla, short NVDA. So let's try these. Very tight stop on all of these. But I like this wick action here at the resistance on the SPY, and I think that could lead all of these things to come down. So I'm short Mara, NVIDIA, Tesla right now. Big wick here on AMD as well. I did not short that since I'm in NVIDIA already. Pretty much similar trade there. Let's see what happens with QQQ also rejecting the high of day on QQQ. So I'll show you guys what that looks like. This is the S&P 500 SPY, but if you look at the QQQs, made a V-shaped recovery straight to the top now, and then it's rejected this top. This was yesterday's area here. So if we can break up over this line, then definitely going to flip to the long side on these. But for now, let's see what happens here. Okay, so SPY's reclaimed, and we got yeah, we may continue higher here, guys. So might cut the shorts here, but even on these shorts here in NVIDIA, Tesla, and Mara. So give this another minute here to see which way we turn, and I will cut the shorts if we get a move slightly higher. Okay, NVIDIA and Tesla holding here. So, like I said, these are going to be cuts on the shorts if we don't see a move down relatively quickly here. Mara consolidating at the top. Okay, so NVIDIA and the market and overall not really dropping off. So the shorts, my shorts that I have on are roughly break even, small red on them. So if we get any sort of pop higher, I'm going to cut these out. The market incredibly strong here off the lows. I mean, just straight up. The SPY. Okay, are we moving higher on NVIDIA here? Looks like it. So I like this wick here on AMD. Makes me feel much more comfortable that there's sellers here versus something like NVIDIA, which obviously is very strong. SPY holding the highs. I think I'm gonna have to cut my shorts here. I don't want to wait too long and have them go more red before I cut them. Can always get back into the short if the setup presents itself again. Okay, I cut the NVIDIA. Tesla also probably will cut that one. Yeah, I'll cut that one, and then we'll cut the Mara, because Mara is also kind of holding this area. Not really dropping off, so took some losses there on those trades. Now let's see what happens here. Do you continue to go higher? QQQ, if I put that up, it's near, I mean, it's broke the high a day. So if you get a run on the Qs, then everything's gonna go, right? NVIDIA could easily fly into the, these levels here. 114 or 113 is the next level. Okay, SPY is confirmed. Continue to the upside. Continues to go higher. Let's put Mara back on here. looking at the cues here, we do see a reject of the high here at 460 so far. This is a 5-minute chart, so question is this going to be the top now for the afternoon? I did short some NVDA again because I like this topping action here, and we're close to a resistance spot, so I'm going to try a short here. Maybe we can add if it breaks this area. Another idea is to add on a pop. Mara now, big pop to the upside. So tried shorting that level right under 16 there, thinking it would hold, but clearly they wanted to push this thing over 16. Next level is probably 1650 on it. Between 1630 1650. So let's see what it does there for Mara. M-A-R-A. SPY and QQQ's back to the high of days. So let's see if this causes a squeeze higher, or maybe we continue consolidate here at the highs. Okay, we got a clear move to the downside here, so I'm gonna short AMD and NVDA here. Very clear move there to the downside. Only issue is, like, we are in the chop zone, right? We're firmly in the chop zone here, and I have been getting chopped up on the last couple trades I've taken. So if there isn't a clean move here, then we might just continue consolidate here, for the rest of the day. So maybe there's no real trades left. But let's see. This is like this. If there was gonna be a move here in the Qs, we're at the high of days. If there's gonna be a rejection here, further move down, then maybe that would start happening soon. If not, we could just consolidate and just continue to chop out both sides here, which kind of was happening to me, like getting kind of chopped up on the short and the long here. So no clear direction right now. Okay, let's see what happens here. The moment of truth. We're reaching the tops on the Qs. NVIDIA's bounced off this level of 112, which is the previous resistance here in the morning, and I did get long NVIDIA. Tesla consolidating heavily here, right above the VWAP on the 50. It's just riding the 50 EMA. Apple consolidating above the VWAP here as well, well above the EMA. So a lot of tickers looking strong. NVIDIA, let's see if we get a pop over into this 113.32. So nice move so far, NVIDIA. I am long. Probably will add to my long position if it can break 112.90 on the NVDA long. All right. Let's see what happens here. On NVDA, we could get a big push into that 113 area. QQQ now on new highs. Okay, I'll try a long here on Tesla as well. I am long Tesla, I'm long NVIDIA. Alright, let's see if we can get over this 112. Looks like the high here is 112.87, 112.88. So yeah, just over right there. That's going to be the key. Got to get over that level if we want to see a push higher. If not, this could reject pretty hard and then we come back down. So really need to see some follow through here. Like we do have follow through here on the Qs and the SPY. Let's look at the bigger time frames here across the board. You see everything looks pretty strong here. Pretty strong here. Especially here now we're over the pre-market highs as well here on the QQQs. Tesla, a lot of wicks into this 223 area. So if it wicks in again, I'm gonna cut the long for, you know, a very tight stop here. Really need to see some momentum here on Tesla. If we do, I can see this thing. If we get some momentum on the Qs, I can see this thing breaking this consolidation area and going into this area. So that's the idea for the long here. And also, there's so much support here on Tesla right here in this area, so I felt pretty confident on this one. Let's see what happens here. Getting close now. Close to some key areas on both Tesla and NVIDIA. Okay, let's go. We got a pop here. Tesla, can we get over this 223 resistance line? 223.40s, man. If we get over there, we got a chance. Really, the resistance is also, I mean, you know, right here as well. Oops. You know, you got obviously a resistance right here. This is that mid-morning high, 223.60. That's really the area we want to get over here if we're going to make a bigger move. But so far, really nice here. Really nice direction on both NVIDIA and Tesla. Okay, we're getting a pop here. Getting a pop here. I took a small piece off here on NVIDIA just in case this ends up rejecting, and I may add back onto it. Apple booming here, so is the QQQ. So I think we can see a move much higher on both Tesla and NVIDIA, and I am long both right now. I am long double size on NVIDIA since I added there. That's why I did end up taking some off too as well, because my size is so big there. Get a little nervous when I'm double sized into a trade. So, but you know, I think it's good to do that. I think it's good to take pieces off, especially in, you know, like I talked about earlier. This is you know, we're 1 o'clock here, just 8 minutes past 1. And this tends to be, you know, lunchtime chop, so I can definitely see some sort of manipulation here in terms of you know, like spike into resistance and then chop back down. So, but for now I'm holding most of my size on NVIDIA long and Tesla. Getting a bit of a topping tail here on the Qs. SPY looks solid. It's near the highs and it is rejecting. So this is where we need to be careful here and see if maybe this is potentially where things top out. Mara, a big wick here into 1650s. I've been liking this short for a while here on Mara. But, you know, what has not worked out so far. Apple leaving a wick candle. AMD wicking into this resistance area where it has not been able to get up over. So finger on the stop button here for both NVIDIA and Tesla if we don't get that move higher that we're looking for. Apple leaving a pretty big wick. And I'll probably stop out of Tesla pretty soon here. Like, we have only a few seconds left here. So yeah, I'm stopped out of the long on Tesla. Still long on NVIDIA because I think this is just a stronger setup. Since we're over the high of day and we bounced off the high of day, I think NVIDIA is a much stronger setup than this kind of sideways move on Tesla. Okay, here's a push on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can get over that 113 area. Okay, sold a little bit more there on that pop into 113. No follow through. No follow through on NVIDIA on that pop, so that makes me feel good about selling at least some of it off there. Right now, the only position I have is the long on NVIDIA. Okay, break on the 113 on NVDA. I'm still long on NVDA. Let's see if we can pop into, you know, that 113.26 is where I had marked out from the daily chart, right? That's this day here, where we had a big sell-off. This day we had the big sell-off, then we had a spike into this 113.26 and big sell-off, and we never got back to that until today. So they can get over, I mean, you know, you can see that maybe there's some shorts on this day and then maybe some shorts around here that could be trapped. And they could definitely get blown out here, causing some buying pressure to the upside into maybe 116 or even into 120. You know, in the next few days. Obviously, maybe not, probably not today, but you know, that's kind of the idea from the daily chart time frame. Apple rejecting here, double wick near the 222. SPY's had an incredible V-shaped recovery. So the question now I'm asking myself is, you know, is it out of fuel here? You know, massive move down, grind it all the way back to the top. Now, you know, does it have any more power left to power through to go higher? I think I can definitely see profit taking here. Like if you were long here or down here, I can definitely see people selling off here, right? I mean, I wouldn't blame them, these intraday swing traders. So, you know, I think it's going to be hard for it to go much higher than this. Of course, could be wrong. All right, really nice move here on NVDA. This is likely going to be my last trade of the day. I feel like I over traded today and wasn't a bunch of trades, but you know, I got in pretty heavy on this NVIDIA long. Right around, I mean, we were short, I think, in so many trades on NVIDIA today. I remember being short around this candle, then covering most of it here, and then I flipped long on this when I saw this wick on the 5-minute chart. So we got long here, and I added around here to go double size, and I've just been selling off like 10% of my size on this way up. As we speak, I'm selling some more. I still have a really good size left, so I need to make sure that I am definitely taking profit here off. And if I look at the bigger time frame now, this is the 30-minute chart. This 113.60 comes from the daily, right? So it's this one right here. This is on the 4th. So we'd have to go pretty far. I don't think my chart goes back that far to see where we get this line from exactly. Maybe it's this one here. Anyway, as far as levels, we can see in the immediate area, in this area, it's going to be 116 really, right? There's nothing stopping this until 116, so I should be more patient, but the amount of trades I've taken today, I am definitely looking to take this off pretty soon here. I am also long AMD, which I kind of forgot about. Just realized that I am still long AMD. Got long near that 140, just above the 144 area, but you know, this one's struggling. AMD definitely struggling and not as strong as NVIDIA. So I'm just going to take that off for a small green trade on AMD, and now took some more off here on the 114 area on NVDA. They got some topping action here also, so I may just take off all of the NVIDIA here and just call it a day. You know, a lot of trades today. NVIDIA, huge winner for me, but I did have a loser in Tesla and Mara. Mara tried several times to short that one here around this area, taking some losses. Tesla got chopped up early, and then here as well. And then AMD, small loser. SMCI, small loser. Apple was a tiny loser. Google, green trade on that one as well. So a lot of losers today. But thankfully, the losers are much smaller than the big winners. So we've got a decent green day for today. And I think this is a good stopping point for me to end the stream. I usually try to stream until about 12:30 Eastern time. The first like 4 hours. Well, actually, 9:30 to 12 would only be 3 hours. But I try to stream for 4 hours. You know, I try to stream a little bit longer than the 12:30, because right now we're at 1:30. So I usually try to stream for at least like, you know, minimum of 3 hours, but a lot of times I'm on here for 4 hours, in case you guys are wondering. So I think this is a good stopping point. Like I said, I am basically almost all out of all my NVIDIA trades. We're locking in another green day today. So good month for me so far, only one red day in this month. So we're going to keep this streak going, and I hope you guys enjoyed this live stream. Comment down below, and maybe I'll upload some videos of some trade reviews, or let me know what you guys want to see on future videos if there's anything in particular. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow on the live stream, bright and early at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So take care, have a good day.